Hey guys. Yeah, so today's stream, I'll be mainly doing um, just kind of finishing off the basic shapes in the sky. I did work on them a bit off stream and just blocking out forms that I wanted. Um, so yeah, obviously last time you guys saw this, the high res wasn't really started. So today I started adding the folds, a bit of asymmetry here or there. These might be a bit too strong, but we can get back to that. Um, but as a whole, the project is still the same. Since I started it a bit early, one thing I've done as well is I reached out to Henning from Flip Normals, asked him for a bit of feedback, and he sent some really nice feedback, which is this. So I'm going to work on that. Let me just exit Flux, kill off the other windows I don't need. But yeah, so I'm going to address these, um, see if we can get these working properly, and then yeah, I guess we'll kind of play about with Mari after that. Hey man, how's it going? So let's get my stuff off screen sorted out. Is Flux still enabled? Pretty sure I closed it. Weird. Right, so let's get started, I guess. So the first note I'm going to do is by far the easiest, which is adding a bit of volume under the eye. Let's go down a few subdivs. That helps. Cool. Just add a little bit more of that in there. Cool. Let's add a bit more volume. Get rid of that. While I remember, I'm just going to remove the modifier from this. Cool. Although I do need to reduce that a bit. Maybe that's a bit too intense. Let's just undo. Right, well, this is actually pretty decent. Right, so we also need top lip to be more or less parallel. So move topological. Cool, and then let's do the same here as well. Cool. Another note was to define the corner of the lips a little bit more. So let's give that a pass. Cool. Right, we need the bony plane changes and a more defined nasolabial fold. So let's test the nasolabial. So if we do that, maybe, and then get the standard brush. Not really sure how a nasolabial fold would work on these guys, although I do need to move that actually. So it should come from the nose at least. So the inflate. Just carry that over the nose a little bit. So it needs to be continued down a bit more and softened out towards the bottom. Gives a hint. And then let's get those bony landmarks in place. So it should be plane change here. Let's just quickly test if the plane changes will help. Yeah, they do seem to add something, although the cheekbone one's not working for me. That helps. Alright, so cool. So that's getting the plane change in there now, so let's just soften that out a bit. And we all need to break the symmetry on these, obviously. It's a bit too pointy. Cool. And then the plane change up here, where does that have to go? Around there. Cool. So I'm going to turn off symmetry now. Start blending these in just a little bit uniquely on both sides, because these are right next to the eyes. Anything next to the eyes really needs good treatment, just because obviously the eyes are where the viewer is looking most of the time. I also want to add some wrinkles to these eye bags. I also need to break the symmetry here. So let's try something. And something like that breaks the symmetry, but let's. a little bit of an overhang, shall we? Need some more detail out here as well. Even if it's just like some blobbies just to make the skin not feel so perfect. I will be adding some texturing SIZ maps, but yeah, it's worth adding some stuff in manually as well. Some larger shapes. Another thing I did off stream as well is I modelled a super basic caruncle. Literally just grabbed a sphere, put it in place and zero meshed it. There's absolutely nothing special going on there. That helps. Okay. Let's sculpt this area a little bit just to get some breakup. I sort of get a bit like, you know, some little like vertical and horizontal lines just kind of dotting in and out. They would be super subtle. We don't want these to show up really at all. We just want them to be there. I just need to break up this stuff because it's symmetrical at the moment. Even that's enough to break the symmetry. This gets in the way sometimes. I really need to check how to turn it off. I don't really like having that there. Again, some of these, like, I'm not really thinking through some of these brush strokes. I'm just doing something that can break up the surface. So it's not perfect. Let's get everything else in there. I should do some kind of stretching skin in this area, I think, because it's too defined at the moment. Let me just quickly turn symmetry back on for this area. Just do something like that to have the illusion of some skin stretching in place. Something that will do as a block out. We can always come back to it. I need to see how it looks in render. I've got a feeling this area is too strong. I did pull it back, it was a lot stronger at one point, but it feels like loose hippo skin or something. We can try saving that. Well, let's cancel that actually. Let's delete the undo history first. Just minimize file size. And how big is that file? 80 meg. Alright, cool, that's fine. Right, so let's try. Yeah, that'd be fine. So I'm just going to go and debug in multi-map exporter. I want to export the mesh. I need to also go through actually and quickly delete. I did like a test release earlier, but I want to delete that now because I didn't actually throw it into Maya, so I may as well just get rid of it. Projects, personal projects, so Rowan. Then what am I doing? Model. ZBrush exports, textures, go to version 3. I just want to delete all these. Delete, yep. Cool. Then I want to name this object, so rename. I'm going to get rid of the 01. Cool. And then just export him. Oh no, I don't want to export him. I want to go up here. Double check the settings. Seems fine to me. Create all maps. Cool. I've turned off adaptive and desubpixel just because it took my release time from 10 minutes to about 40 seconds. And I don't know if there's a big quality difference. I'll find out, I guess. But we're not really at the point where a quality difference like that would matter anyway. We're still in those early draft points. I'll be going back into this with some nice alphas and all that sort of stuff. Because at the moment everything's pretty much hand sculpted. I used the damn standard brush with spray to get some effects. So like all this like dotting stuff that you see is just damn standard. Like you see it back here, like damn standard with spray gives quite a nice organic breakup. I don't like the dots that it gets, but the general like breakup it gives, like this stuff in here, I just quite like it feels like a noise. It's nice. Obviously we're ignoring the body, that's just there just for me to understand the block out. I will need to add asymmetry to the muscles at some point. No one's pecs are symmetrical. But yeah, one other thing I'm going to do as well is, so I've exported the base model at this level. I'm also going to export the high res, and the reason I'm going to export the high res is because when painting in Mari, I like to paint on the high res personally. Just because I can see all my folds and all that sort of stuff. It also allows me to bake maps in Substance Painter. Back in 1 second while this exports. I'm just going to get some stuff. There we go. Got some water and got some chocolate raisins. So how's everyone doing tonight? Everyone okay? Let's just full screen that. Cool. So I'm gonna save this scene again. I need to double check. Series exports, textures. I always delete this. So it's a lot bigger. It's 888 megabytes. So that's a decent size. So let's get Maya open. So I'm just going to do a quick test to check the maps are working. And if they are, I'm going to move into Mari. First I'm going to bake out the maps that I want. But I'm going to need to also clean up my folder hierarchy because it's not really the tidiest at the moment. A lot of stuff doesn't really make sense where it is. So let's go open scene. Cool, right. So, let's move that. Let's grab tools, texture manager, pick directory. Okay, to convert all those to text for me. Cool. Go into here. Cool. And something I want to double check is I'm just making sure that I've turned off the tray shadows because I think that was not helping the whole crashing thing that I've been having. Let's check my cool. Oh, I also need to replace the object. File, import. Why did I go to images? Model, series exports, textures. Let's grab the low res. Let's get the cool. So let's save the scene and do a test render. Oh, of course. Weird. Oh, I fucked up. I need to undo until I've got the over rotate back. So something I forgot to account for is the fact that this guy has the UV sets and this guy does not have the UV sets. So what I need to do is blend shape them so that they match. So let me just go deform, blend shape. That's blend shape. There it is. And then just grab him. Can't tell if that's the right way around. I don't think it is. Oh, that is the right way. So this one's the one that's gaining volume on the cheekbone and having the lips move down. Cool. So now delete the history on it to get rid of that blend shape and just put that in. Might not be the cleanest pipeline, but it works. It means that I get to keep my UV sets while also getting the latest models. As long as my topology doesn't change, then I'm not going to have issues. And that will naturally keep all the settings as well, so that's cool. So let's preview render that. There we go. So I've turned the fancy caustics off the eyes, so it renders a bit quicker now, but the eyes don't look as good. It's worked. I'm going to need to do a second pass 100%, but it is working. Is the gain set to yeah, set to 1. I think it's stronger than I expected. Yeah, what I'll do, the sculpt needs addressing. I'm not 100% sure the displacement works properly, to be honest. It just feels lumpier than what I have in ZBrush. Could also be the awful lighting. That won't help. Guys, look live. Thanks. This is without the Corsics, so the Corsics really help a lot. Hopefully that will make it look a lot better. So, strictly speaking, it should be flat. In the case of this guy, it is angled inwards, but it's more down to like faking Corsics really. If we can do like photorealistic Corsics, then keeping it flat is technically more correct. I'm curious as to how much single scatter will get rid of this. In fact, I'm gonna try it. Let's kill that. I'm just gonna get the colour that I've got here. So let me just pick that. Cool. Single scatter. I'm going to put a colour on it. And this, I'm just going to turn a bit more white. Let's just see what that does. Preview render. It might ruin it. It might do exactly what we need. It's brightened everything up a little bit, that's for sure. Single scatter isn't the way. So let's turn that off. Although I do like what single scatter does. I really like the soft bleed that everything's got now. But it's not the effect I want. Oh, it is softening it just a tiny bit. Not enough for it to be worth the render time, or the additional render time. So let's. Yeah, I'll let it get to these wrinkles up here. I've got a feeling it's not going to do much. So let's just let it get up to those wrinkles. Oh, didn't want to do that. It's a super subtle effect, but it does kind of help a little bit. Yeah, it's not really doing anything though. Not enough. So let's just turn gain to 0 on this guy. Let's go to subsurface. Advanced. Trace control. Follow topology. That's kind of cool. Right, so gain, let's whack that up to 1. I should do path trace, but I'm going to try dipole first, and then I'm just going to pick the same exact colors I just had. So let's go with hue, and free path color could just be the lighter version. Cool, this will be too strong, but it might be what we need. Frankly, I don't know, so I'd rather test it. It's definitely slower to render. Maybe I should do interactive for these ones. Or iterative, sorry. Lightens it up a lot. This is going to be the one that flattens everything. Yeah, it's killing the details. Granted, that's just because the radius is too big, probably. I can't imagine a default size is set up for a 7 centimeter head, which is like the size of a nose on a person. Gain shouldn't be set to 1 either, I'm pretty sure. Just curious to see how this looks. Now I'll compare it to path trace as well. We get the idea. I can use that much to test. So let's try path traced. There's exponential. Got a feeling this one's going to be a lot slower. It's got more colour in it, interestingly. The radius is too much though. So I'm assuming mean free path colour is in scene units, so centimetres in this case. So if the limit is 10, then that's bigger than the character's head. So light going through the ear would reach the nose, if it had a solid medium to go through the whole time. So let's try lowering the mean free path distance. So it's about 1, I guess. 1 centimeter sounds about right to me. Okay. Render that. And then I'm going to turn subsurface off after this. Just because I want to go into Mari and start blocking out. Oh, it renders a lot quicker. So I've got a RenderMan pretty handicapped right now. I've limited it to 8 cores out of the 16 that I have. But it's just to minimize the amount of crashes that we get. So I find the crashes more disruptive than slower renders, to be honest. Let's get the catalog. Windows, catalog. So this is where, ooh, that's bright. So that'll be a mix of bounce light because it's brighter. This is too much. This area here. I need to soften this way out. Like remove one of these. It's making it look like some kind of horror monster rather than a wrinkly little boy. Let's just see what subsurface does, see if it helps us. And then I'm going to need to set the gain to 0 for now. I think to keep the brightness, the overall brightness the same, I think I'd have to set the gain to like 0.8 and subsurface to 0.2, so they both add up to 1. I think that's how that would work, because it looks like they're additive. And if they're adding to each other, then obviously I want them to add up to 1, so that the values I paint or put in are held. Subsurface helps, but I'm not sure it helps in the right way yet. Just soften stuff out though. Let's allow it to get to there. While that's going, we'll come back to the sky. I'm just going to save it. Oh, actually, we should probably just fix it now. I just need to pick one of those to remove, basically. Performance is tanking, but that's kind of to be expected, let's face it. That will help. Just so it's not so busy. It also helps localize these a bit more. So save that. And then check back on our render. I just want to see what the render does when it gets to the wrinkles, like how much does subsurface help, and how much just has to be sculpted back out. I think for first pass though it's working okay. Definitely a bit aggressive on the bumps. Although again, I don't know how much of that is from the lighting. The lighting is very directional, but also flat at the same time. Like one side of the face is almost perfectly facing the light, which is not a good setup for lighting. Lighting really should enhance what you're doing, not flatten it. At least in my opinion. I'm sure there's plenty of people who disagree with that mentality. So other than the brightness, I think this is helping. Or I need to darken the gain. It is doing a really big glow though. Okay, let's kill that. Okay, so let's do a little bit more work on the sculpt. So we need to soften things out, I know that much. So let's just fill some of these in a tiny bit, just to very subtly soften them. Let's go in with a really low intensity as well. So I'm trying to stop myself from just rushing into Mari because I really want to do the texturing XYZ stuff, but obviously it's important to get this right first. Flatten those out. All I'm doing to smooth these out, rather than using the smooth brush, I'm just going over it with a super soft clay buildup, adding, and then doing another pass, subtracting. So I'm not gaining or losing too much volume. Although I do feel like the amount of bump it's got is probably alright, it's just the shader not being ready. Because ZBrush is known for, like, you know, it makes everything look way bigger than it is. So maybe it is worth just, you know, just remove that guy and then just push forward with the shader. I haven't done skin shading in a long time, so I'm going to really need to read up on RenderMan skin shading. Oh, I don't think I've ever done skin look dev with RenderMan. Not substantially, anyway. Let's just get rid of that hole. And that hole too. Let's make it more uniform. These are too deep. So are these. I don't think the neck is working from the side angle yet. But then we're only rendering from this view, or something around this view. So it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, it does matter to some extent. Let's just soften that guy way out. Cool. It's only a subtle change, but it might be what we need. Let's just delete my tool history. Save that. Then Z plugin. Create all maps. Okay, leave that to sound devices for a bit. And then just do the blend shape stuff again. Make sure it's working. Cool, 46 seconds. Right, so, and then let's also export the high res. The high res are about 1 gigabyte each time, so I could, oh, what's the word? I could decimate them down, which actually I might quickly do. Save over the file with a decimated version. Because I'm pretty sure Mari doesn't care about triangles. I'm not deforming them anyway, I'm just painting. Yeah, let's decimate them. So Z plugin, decimation master, preprocess. Actually, that's a shout. Does Decimation Master keep the UVs? I might have to pre-process this again. Cool. Reorder the verts. Let me do this thing for a second. Cool. 1 minute 18 seconds. So Z plugin. Ah, okay. Let's pre-process that again. Sorry, guys. At least it only takes a minute. For those who are just joining, we're just getting a high-res mesh out. Gonna test the displacement one more time and then probably throw it into Mari and start getting a texturing XYZ map. Just because the UVs aren't going to change at this point. So if we end up changing the model, as long as we don't change the topology, we can keep using the same map, which means I don't need to keep updating the texture as often anyway. If we update the UVs, then obviously we'll have to go through and redo that, reproject all the details in ZBrush and then reproject all the stuff in Mari. Mari's got some really good transfer tools anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. Ugh, my eye is twitching for some reason. Right, okay, so Z plugin, cool, and then let's decimate current. Cool. So this is now 900,000 polygons rather than 4 million. Looks pretty much the same. Got some details. It's actually kept the details surprisingly well. And the reason I like to paint on the high res, or a version of the high res, is because I can see exactly where the wrinkles will be. I don't like approximating it on low res meshes. So let me just export this guy. In fact, let's quickly check the plugin, UV master, use existing UV scenes. Cool, so that's worked. Right, so unflatten. And just export him over the existing one. So this will make a smaller file size, which is what we want. Cool. Right, so let's just double check the size of the file. Yeah, so it's gone down quite a lot. I'm also going to just close ZBrush now because I don't want to come back in, not right away anyway. Go to the text manager, so pick a new directory. I want to convert all these. Cool. Should we clear the cache? Touch disk space, taking 100 meg. That's fine for now, that's not too bad. So let's import the new mesh, which is in version 4. Let me just delete the MTL file. Cool. So let's bring that in. File, import. No, that's the high res. Ugh. Is it still going or is it died? Come on, shouldn't be that hard to import a million polygons. See, now it's hard to tell if mine has crashed or not. Oh, now it's done. Perfect timing. So, delete that. File, import. Get the low res this time. Cool. So then we grab the thing we want to blend to, the thing that we want to blend. So let me just double check what's the difference. Is there a difference? If there's not a difference then, other than soften normals, which actually we should soften the normals in this guy. Let's just blend them anyway, just in case. Blend shape. Yeah, there's no difference. Alright, that's a good thing, I guess. And then, oh, so this one's the one that has soften normals. I want to go in and fix some volume issues here. This looks weird. That's pretty low on my priority things to fix. So let's load this. Grab this. Replace that end bit with map ID. Mapped. Save scene. Cool. And let's try that. So I also need to turn off subsurface. Renderman. Ah, didn't want to do an IPR. Oh well, I guess we'll see it quicker then. I feel like I could probably just change the displacement strength. Also, I love how glittery the eyes look when you're in low sampled. Okay, that's good enough for now. Let's kill this render, and let's open Mari. Also going to kill Maya for a little bit. I've got all the objects that I'll need. Yes, I know it's non-commercial. And discard. And before I get that as well, I need to go in and export some maps. So let me just open Substance Painter. Cool. So, go on, disappear. New project. Let's, that's fine. Spec gloss, although really spec rough would be better. Okay, let's go with 4K. Open GL. Create a texture set per Udemy tile. I don't know if this will work the way I want it to. Let's get our file. Model, ZBrush exports. I don't know if the map baker will like the Udems that much. Yep, it's two entirely different workflows. Metal Rough is more common in games, as far as I'm aware. Okay, let's bake. Love it. See, this doesn't feel too bumpy to me, so I'm beginning to think it's something wrong with the displacement. Maybe the displacement map is just too low res, or too low quality. So this doesn't feel bad. Although, to be fair, this is the high res directly. But that at least means it's not a viewport thing in ZBrush. Anyway, texture set settings. Bake mesh maps. Apply diffusion, not sure. I don't want you. You're good. You're good. I wonder why it starts on the last Udem. Kind of weird. Our position is going to be useless. Yeah, normal maps, DirectX, and OpenGL is super easy though, don't worry. It's literally as simple as if you invert the green channel, they're identical. Can I combine the two different PBR shaders into one shader? No, and why would you? Stick to one, make it work well, and that's all you need. Don't try mixing different shader types, especially early on. Just make something that works. Stay with one type of shader and you'll be fine. Yeah, specular roughness is the most common, I think. Arnold is spec rough. Red Shift is spec rough. I think V-Ray is gloss, spec gloss. Although that might have changed. I've not used V-Ray since 3.2, maybe 3.1. Okay, we got all our maps. So let's go to textures. And can we export all of these in one go? Can I not export these in bulk? Okay, let's try File, export, textures, and then I need to export these to CG stuff. What am I looking for? Projects, personal projects, Sam Rowan, model. So this is where I need to change the directories because this gets confusing. And I'm going to create a folder in here called baked maps. Cool, that's my folder. Output template is spec gloss. I want TIFFs, ideally. TIFF, 8-bit is fine. Size, let's go with 4K in each one. Dilation, that's fine. So let's go to the output templates. PBR spec gloss. Cool. I'm gonna kill mesh maps. Cool, I can just grab those. Okay, so normal. I should really make my own preset. Can I create a new one? New export preset. Baked maps. Cool. So RGB, RGB again. ID won't be used. Gray is fine for ambient occlusion. Gray is fine for curvature, I think. Position needs to be RGB, and thickness can be gray. Let's grab U, RGB, U, RGB, ID not using, ambient occlusion, gray channel, curvature, gray channel, cool. Position, I don't think I'm going to use, but let's put it there, and then thickness is gray channel. So this is norm, world, norm, AO, curve, curvature, position, but again, I don't think I'll use that. And then thickness. Cool. So let's just grab this, baked maps, and save settings. File, no. File, export textures. Cool. Export. Yeah, Oscar. There's a lot more to CG. Every little topic you can pick, you can dive into more depth. I've been doing this for 8 years, and it was only not too. It wasn't that long ago that that I found out OpenGL and DirectX normal maps is just inverting the green channel. I thought there was something different to it, but no, there's not. So let me just check. Renderman is spec gloss. I think it's spec roughness. I'm pretty sure it's roughness. Next time I'm in Maya, I can check. Baked maps. Cool. Oh, they're not in UDIM names though. Let's go back. Delete all these. File. Export textures. Go to my baked maps. And then I'm going to do underscore dollar set. Is that how that works? I need list of exports. Yeah, okay, that's working. Oh, wait, let's grab all that. Cool. Save settings. Textures. I wish it didn't close when you hit save. And then let's export that again. I have no idea how I'm going to load all these into Mari. Like, genuinely, absolutely no clue how I'll load them into Mari. I could texture in here, but then that means not using real UDIMs, which I'm pretty sure we still can't do. Yeah, no, I still can't do it. This is why Mari is still dominant for so many things. Like, that's the most annoying thing. Granted, if you're using procedural layers, it's fine, but no. Cool, there we go, we got UDIMs now. So I can close this guy. Go into Mari, create a new project. Geometry, so let's get that high-res geo. D drive. Projects, personal projects. Sam Rowan, model, blah 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 blah. I definitely need to repath this stuff. And I'm gonna guess it's the 230 megabyte one. UVs if available, Pt.7 of words. So it can do Pt.7. That's good. So let's gonna create from face groups. Channels. I do want diffuse color, automatically and linear. Yeah, and I guess that'll be fine. Spec color, spec rough. Bump. Let's set this. Is there a random one in here, or do you have to download that? You have to download it. Okay, the most similar one then will be Arnold. I think. Vero materials different. Yeah, Arnold will be the most similar. Color settings. 8-bit. Yeah, so they're both sRGB. That's good. Lighting. Let's load my bathroom. I do like that bathroom thing. Although it's not in there, is it? It's in projects, lived environment, it's in textures, HDRs, bathroom. Cool. Why am I using Spec Gloss? I'm not using Spec Gloss. I'm using Spec Riff. If you meant when I was exporting from Substance Painter, I wasn't using Gloss. I just opened it in Spec Gloss, but I was creating my own exports. So what I exported wasn't anything to do with Specular, so it doesn't matter that I had Spec Gloss as the overall template, because I didn't export any roughness maps. So that's all good. Let's create a new project. And give that some time to. I guess it is about to open a 300 meg EXR and a 300 meg model. So let's give it a minute. It's doing something, I know that much. I'm also going to close Steam while I'm at it. Yeah, Substance doesn't have true UDIM support yet. It has UDIM support in that, I was able to go in then and export maps, but it doesn't allow you to paint across UDIMs simultaneously, which is a nightmare for VFX pipeline, because UDIMs tend to be quite arbitrarily placed. Obviously, you try to hide scenes where you can, but if you want like stupidly high detail, then you can't just put them anywhere. Then you can't like just hide them. So there we go. Got our map. So everything's moved. Absolutely everything has moved since I last used this. So I'm going to need view, palettes. Node graph is open somewhere. So let's swap this. There's the node graph. Alright, cool. So that's my channels. Bump is kind of useless to me at the moment. Adobe RGB and CIE RGB, they are kind of color standards. They're not necessarily a gamut. They kind of are, but it's not exactly the same thing. I can't remember exactly how to explain the difference, but you don't see CIE. I mean, it probably is somewhere, but it's not really a CG used thing. So let's get the shelf. Put you there. No. Cool. Let's get layers as well. So where's my layers? Cool. Oh. I want my layers to be my channels. Tool properties, I can drag you in here. Node properties, I'm going to need that. Let's put that in. I guess we can put it there. Image manager is going to be helpful objects. Shaders. Cool. Let's go into that node graph. And then, can I kill this? Ah, cool. How do I rotate the background? Mari's layout has changed quite a lot since I used to use it, so you're going to have to give me a moment to get used to this again. View palettes. Is there a lighting one? I can't remember. Lights. Put it in there. Grab you. There we go. That's very bright. But sRGB is such a small color space. Does it work differently in 3D? No, it's a tiny color space. sRGB isn't that large. That's why you're always having to like play with it quite a lot. So let's just quickly go into the node graph. Lay those out. Specular color, specular rough. So I don't know why that would be set to that by default. Let's create a fill. No, not a fill. I'm thinking in substance terms. Is it color? Yep. Or can I use value? I'm trying to remember. Okay, I guess I'll just use color. So this is going to be my base roughness, which I'm not going to end up using for a while anyway, but base rough. Cool, so that's the roughness sorted. So now I can just pick a value. Let me just get the diffuse color as well, so I'm going to do the same with that. Oh. It'd be nice if it started you off with fills. Space. Darker. Cool. Okay. Specular color again. Let's base spec. Right, let me just rename these. Spec roughness, base spec R, and then you can be base spec. And which one's this one again? Bump. Bump I'm gonna kill. So channels, I need to. Cool. So I'm also going to create a new channel. which is going to be a so this one will be my disp, like fine displacement. So let's name this. What should I call this? I mean, for now I can just call it fine disp, but I'm going to rename that for sure. Let's go with 16-bit. Linear is good for this. I can just call it disp. Cool. Give that a second to be created. Cool. And then UVs. Let's just double check the UVs. I thought that was overlapping for a second there. I got really scared. Cool. So I got all my UDIMs. So let's go into layers. Right. So delete you. Where is my? There it is. We can plug this into bump, I guess, but because I don't want to displace. But I won't be viewing it anyway. So let's make sure the bump is set to 0. Cool. Alright, so let's get started. Base disp value. Let's set that to 50. Cool. Base value base disp merge. Skin tile. I have to decide what channel to put that in. But for now, let's just create a tiled. Although, can I use? So is it Q projector? Oh. Or can I actually search triplanar? Ah, cool, triplanar projection. I have no idea what I plug into position. Oh, well, I've got a position map, actually. Cool. Yeah, so you need to linearize sRGB images whenever you're working with them, really. I don't know if you'd have to linearize them before you comp them together, though. I mean, maybe it will help. The gamma that's applied is 2.2, so you can counter that out by setting the gamma to 0.454, and that will act. Oh, 1 second. Okay, I don't know if I can connect these. I need to quickly Google how to load in UDIM maps. Mari node load UDIM maps. How to load? Oh, that's Houdini. Don't want that. So I know how to import textures. I just don't know how to set them to the UDIMs. Hey man, how's it going? Yeah, let's just create a tiled map for now. Let's keep it simple. Over. I want to set my viewport to be. Where is it? Where's the shader? How do I change the lighting of that? That's the brush. Ah, there it is. Cool. F1, F2, and F3. Cool. That is disgusting. It's also kind of metallic. Right, so F2. I'm also going to, before I get going on this, I'm going to close it. I'm going to archive it now, just so I don't have to start again if I get a crash. So let's go to projects. Model. Mari. Then let's do we can do that, that's fine. Cool. So for now, what I want to do is in that node graph, I want to, there it is. I want to load an image into this tile texture, which is just a tileable skin. I said library, texture.z, skin, micro maps. I'm going to pick one at random, let's go with 6. I just need something to go in the background. Does it not load PSDs? Let's try this TIFF. Alright, so it doesn't load PSDs. That's potentially an issue because I'm pretty sure it's saved the other maps to PSDs. You repeat. So this is going to be a super fine map. Should be a UV seam repair somewhere. It's there, but it's quite subtle. We might actually get away with it. So let's set that to 12 and 12. It is a micro skin. Cool. So that's our basic. That'll be our basic bump. So now we need to do our actual projection. I also need to open the system monitor 1 second. Just to check how everything is doing. Memory's good. My GPU's at 60% usage already. That's scary. So let's create a new merge. Put the base in. And for now, we can skip that because we don't need to see that all the time. And this we need a paint, not a pint. I could do one, but don't need one. So we're going to need to do this at 4K, linear. Add that to the over. Then, what am I looking for right now? So that should be set to add subtract. One second, I'm just having a bit of a brain issue right now. Okay, so T, X, Y, Z, project. not the most ideal, but you can try changing the spec value. Ah. Current channel. Why am I struggling to figure this out right now? Oh, I'm an idiot, that's why. Let's delete that. Let's create a new paint node and set the default color to be 0.5. Cool. Right, so now it stays the same. This is struggling. Why is it lagging so much? Is it already eating through my RAM? Hopefully that's working again. I don't think it's the CPU, because I shouldn't have been maxing out my CPU in Mari, especially when I didn't have anything loaded. Super weird. Yeah, we're back now. If Mari crashes again, then I'll end up just using Substance. Although I'm going to keep the task manager open on the other screen and just really monitor everything. So I want to see what's happening, like when it starts lagging, what is maxing out. Because this is quite a new problem. It's definitely not my RAM, because my RAM is like, I've got way more than enough. Let me just kill Flux. Disable until sunrise. Kill Blue Jeans. My GPU's already at 59%. I've got a feeling it's my GPU maxing out. Merge. Paint. Let's create. Should we go with 8-bit rather than 16-bit? Will that help? I mean, it will help, but... Let's convert all the channels. Convert channel to 8-bit. I should be able to convert multiple channels, right? Apparently not. Convert channel. Welcome back, everyone. Where is it? I literally just did it. There we go. back up to 8-bit, and then same with Spec ref. For 8-bit. Cool. So let's go to Image Manager. I might need to save from a TIFF. Oh no, they're EXRs, so you'll be fine. I need to open something from here. It's an asset library, texture XYZ, skin, then it's male forehead. Okay, let's get that one then. This one's male forehead. Okay, the mouth. Come on. Nose? Are they all too big? Is there a preference we can change? Edit preferences. Let me just quickly Google if there's a way to import large textures. Mari import larger textures. Import larger images. It might be possible that we're not able to load it. I'm definitely not going to rule that out. Although I'm pretty sure at least one of these is less than 23,000 pixels, so that seems a bit intense. I can go in Critter and crop them, I guess. So let's go to CG, Asset Library. Let's get the forehead. Critter, scale, image, resize layer. GPU's at 70% usage. I've got a feeling I'm going to run out of GPU. Come on, Critter, you can do it. Critter's trying. The brush menu's open. Come on, Critter. I opened it earlier, it took nowhere near this amount of time. It's just the forehead. It's only 200 megabytes. It's not even 200 megabytes. 188. This is a bit ridiculous now, come on. Has it crashed already? Has it crashed before opening? Well, my GPU usage just went down by 10%, which is good. Don't know why it went down. What worries me is the fact that Chris has not even shown up on the toolbar yet. Is it in Task Manager yet? Processes. Chris has died on arrival, I think. Well, it is slowly taking up more memory, so it is opening something. But it's currently at 2 gig of memory, and the file's only 200 megabytes. So unless it's stuck in some kind of loop where it's just eating more and more memory until my computer crashes, then and it dived down. Okay, I'll give it 2 minutes. Then I'm going to kill it and just ignore texturing XYZ for now. Maybe I can just grab some skin alphas and sculpt it manually. I do have some skin alphas from Frank Zhang's course, which I bought a while ago. Hey, that took way too long. It's not even opened the file yet. All I want to do is just crop it and see if it's below the not poly limit, resolution limit. It's currently using 11 gigabytes of memory though. 12 gigabytes of memory. I think Critter's like shitting itself right now. Oh, not responding. There we go. It's dead. Well, he had a good run. Okay, so we're not going to be doing any of that today, it seems. So let's do some regular skin painting, I guess. Diffuse. Turn performance. My GPU did max out 100% as well, so it might give it issues in the long run. Let me get my reference up. So I can kill my diffuse. In fact, no, I've got a disk spin there. Or I can just do that disk spin Maya, which will give me better resolution as well. So yeah, I'm just going to kill the disk channel. So remove channel. Cool. So let's get started on this then, I guess. We got our base color. Let's move that over there. So we have diffuse base. Cool. I need to get the reference up. There he is. This is the original concept for those who haven't seen it yet. It's by a guy called Rowan, just to give that credit. And can I color pick from other windows? I can not a bounty. Alright. I'll have to eyeball it. Something around that. Cool. And let's go into shaders. So I haven't painted in Mario for a long time, so do prepare yourself for some janky looking work. How is my roughness at negative? And what's Melonless doing? Yeah, of course. IOR 335. Wait. Subsurface I'm going to leave well alone for now. Okay. So I'm making a minimized version of my system monitor. Can I reorder the fonts? Okay. Apparently not, so let's look after my GPU, which is already at 72% usage. I should have got something a bit bigger. Right, so let's get a redness. Merge. Color. Do you work with different passes in your compositing workflow? Probably, right. Because here claiming it's a bit overhauled, but doing an internship. Yeah, you definitely separate into passes when rendering. Yeah, you would use a lot of different passes, like, all the time. Oh, paint is set to a default of grey, right? Paint. Skin redness. Cool, now let's get the super soft. And then I'm going to find some color zone. 83% usage on my GPU already. I literally created a paint node, come on. %. So this isn't actually what I'm aiming to do. I'm just really very closely watching my system monitor. Right, how do you turn on the new symmetry? Is this guy right? Mirror painting X, there we go. Oh, that's mirror painting on screen space though, right? It is. There we go. Such a helpful feature to finally have. So you take a camera with a nodal adapter and capture your own images for HDRI. Then use PT GUI to put them together into 32-bit floating HDRI. Yeah, that's what I did for this light that's in the scene at the moment. This is a HDRI that I made. It's a bit overexposed in Mari, but it works well in other softwares. You can see the stitching errors because it was, I think, my second HDR that I ever made, and the most recent one. It's been a while. Wait, is that? So I'm just watching my system monitor. It goes down. Okay, so there's a certain amount that is dying. Question: how do you know if gamma from the camera didn't alter the light values? That's a very complex region, dude. There's not much I can do to help exactly. Alright, that's way too much. So let's try lowering that. I can also view this itself. There's the 8-bit coming into effect. Like, how do you know light sources are correct? Yeah, there's a lot you're going to have to look into. I can't answer every single one of these questions. They're a bit out of my depth. I kind of winged it when I was making my HDRs. Let's shift this a bit more orange. And don't get me wrong, there are workflows for all this stuff, but I just don't know them. Need to get a color zone. Face color zones. Open image in new tab. Nope. 1 second. Also, one thing you're going to notice during the stream is I am not a texture artist. So I hope you guys haven't come here expecting a texture artist. Obviously I'm going to pull all this back and make it way more subtle. But for now, I just want to get the general color zones in there. so let's turn on paint through. And then I want to create a darken layer as well. So skin, red. I was a groomer. I'm now a previs generalist, so I do a bit of everything now. I used to be in groom though for a long time. Merge. Color. I don't know why it wouldn't let me change the hue. Oh, it's because it's got no saturation. Oh, that's so picky. Why would it not let you change the hue? Because you've not got any saturation. Something like that. And create paint. Yeah, that's fine. Skin. Darken. Can't tell if this is painting or not. Hello.
Is it good?
Not good, not bad. Just going. Already had a big crash. For some reason I can't open the maps, the texture and XYZ maps in Mari.
Oh, right, okay.
So I'm gonna have to
Figure that one out.
well, I just can't do it. It's Critter won't open them properly. So ooh, there's some projection errors in there that I didn't see. I have to fix those. Yeah, no, right.
Do you want anything?
What do you mean?
Like.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you got your peanuts?
Raisins, already had them. So let's change to a different brush. Oh, it's got a material system in here. Do they have a skin material that help us block out? I guess not. That feels like a really weird material to be missing. Organic brushes. It shows I'm painting through at the moment. There we go. Let's remove that. Can I see what it looks like flat? That's about right. Right, okay, so I don't know how to get the curvature stuff in here. Maybe I should just do it in substance and deal with the fact I can't paint across UDIMs. Let's get the there he is. Darken that. Color. American spelling. Stuff like that. Let's fill it in a bit. Let's see if we can find some good skin riff for the torso. Strange that system still doesn't have UDIM support properly added. It's like you're having a race car but on driven casual roads. Yeah, there's something deeper to it in terms of how they originally set up that is prohibiting them from going forward. They are working on it. They've been working on it for a long time, but it is very frustrating as an artist to have to still be waiting for it. Because if it had full UDIM support, I'd be on it right now. Because I'm not doing this in a full VFX pipeline. I don't need to really care about the really nitty gritty details. I don't really give that much of a shit, to be honest. Let's get some sort of stuff in there. Plan. So. Analytics. I don't feel like this brush is the best one. Let's go with Brad's brushes. Old ship's a bit intense, but it could be kind of cool. Or old scuffs. Nope. Nope. Iguana is alright. Let's see how that looks. Let's go to the back of the head. kind of interesting. Let's go to these thinner sections. Although we could probably use the thickness map. Okay, so I need to find out how to import UDIMs. Because I don't think Tile can do it. UV offset, mirror U. Is there a multi-texture? Multi-channel? No. Is it a UDIM mask? No. Although I could manually UDIM mask it. But that's a bit intense. I guess we can do this. Alright, so let's create our thickness map. So tiled. Okay. Let's go to projects, personal projects, Rowan. Model. Guess if I set this to multiply. Where is it? Oh, it's in darken, isn't it? Cool. So if I... This just feels like such an intense way of doing it. If someone knows a better way, please tell me. Because this feels like the grossest way of doing this. Although... So then that will do... I hope that's just a display error, not the actual baking. Oh wait, does the UDIM mask have an effect on this? Is it like an infinitely fine line? Yeah, there has to be a better way. If someone can tell me there's a better way to load in like multiple UDOMs at the same time, because this feels like a really long-winded way of doing things. So this would be UDOM 4. UDOM 5. Then UDOM 6. And let's see that. Cool, so that's our thickness map. Cool, let's create a merge for that. The base can be U, over can be U, give it the mask. Don't know why that environment changed, but okay. So now the redness should be everywhere, as well as oh, that's flipped down to blue. Wrong thing. So now well, it's worked. It's done the opposite of what I want, but I can just reverse it, that's fine. And then create a levels in that. That should still show me why aren't you working? Beautiful. Lighten. Why isn't that working? clamp. So now I can load that in. That will add redness in the thinner areas. We should really get a map to multiply that with. So let's multiply. Let's create an add as well. Let's minimize extra layers where we can. Also makes it easier to read. Multiply by cool. Let's change the size to be massive, and then let's view what that's doing. There we go. So now I need to do the same, but for a cavity map on the darken, I think. So let me okay, so let's go into U. Tiled. Oh, did I not get a cavity? I could use curvature, I guess. Yeah, I can use that. See the polygons in the back. So I love how that's kind of like cool caustics in a way. Next tiled. Cool. Then let's go to cool. So now if we use a levels, we can use that to generate a mask. So let's invert it first. Might not work, might work, we'll find out. So let's go to the dark. I need to kind of split all this up as well. So let's get base, put you back here. And the blueness is this guy. so is that one darken? No, this one's a darken. So let's add you and you. Do that. Plug you into the mask. Let's go to the UVs. It's very cartoonish. Don't like that. That's going to cause me issues. Oh, it is causing me issues. Love it. It's kind of cool that it like grows. Maybe that could be used for something. So I feel like there's a better blend mode that I could use. Can I set black to -1? I can. That changes things now. If I was to paint, create this with 0. Oh, it has to be 50. Okay. And now I paint here. That adds. If I paint black, it's not removing. I thought I'd on something then. Alright. So I'd assume it could add a negative number. Apparently not. Okay. Well, I could use... Let's leave that alone. Let's go into the shader. That's not linear. There we go. Alright, so photograph. But if anyone here is new to texturing and you're thinking this is a good way to learn it, no, this is not a good way to learn texturing. I am not an expert at this. Let's go with skin blue. And anyone who's been texturing for a while will immediately see that. Don't like that. Too strong. Looks like it should be subtly there now. What I'm trying to do at the moment is just block out my base colors. I'm not doing dirt or anything yet. I just want to get the general colors working. I really need to find a way to remove these. Darken. That's the darken. Maybe if I multiply that. Create a paint that's like super low res. So let's go like 512. Set the default to white. Okay. Put view in. So this should make no difference, which is what we want. But now I can paint black to move those lines. So I have to paint the lines out manually. And I can also set opacity. can go in and fix these little seams that I'm creating as I go, but for now I just want to get rid of the worst patches, so I can just quickly, you know, splotch these to soften them a bit. But removing these seams is a higher priority for me right now. Part of me is tempted just to texture in ZBrush, to be honest. Right, that should work. Right, so there we go. We don't have seams in it now. Which one's this? Skin darkened mask. Skin blue mask. Oh, I could just separate them more. Let's do that. Come on, no. just close this, archive it, projects. And close a few of these. That's not actually much I can close. Okay. Let's do a quick pass on spec. So we got our base spec. Cool. So this is our color. So which one's my spec rough? That one's my spec rough. Scrap you. So what value is this? What's the basic value? 0.48, so let's put that to 50. And then let's create a merge base and color. And this one can be, its roughness, so let this one be 40. Okay, and let's create paint. This one can be, I think 2K is fine for this guy. Oh, we should have set that to black. Spec R, oily. Cool. And then I just want to paint. We're going to need a really soft. It's kind of cool. It's not what I want, but it's kind of cool. That's better. Now let's set this to black, or near black, just so I can see the areas that are I feel like here would be dry. Around the eye would definitely be wetter. And the lips themselves. And let's duplicate all that stuff. Let's not duplicate that actually, let's just duplicate these two. Spec R, call this one wet. Let's go with a super soft on this guy. I'm going to tone this back, don't worry. I just want to get a nice looking map first. Or not a nice looking map, but a map that works. guess we can make the whole of the inside of the eyes wet. Let's just get the ISO. Where's the basic brushes? In fact, why aren't I doing this on the UVs? So let's go back to Super Soft. There we go. So that's that done. Which map am I addressing? Currently the glossiness. Obviously this is too much, but I just wanted to paint the map. Then I can change the slider. So now I can just adjust this. There we go. So I can slide that to be like the roughness that I want now. Something like that. It says like the eyelid is wet, although it's still a bit too much. Okay. And then for the spec itself, which is this guy, I want to create a, what color is his base spec? Did I set it to white? Or I did. Not good. Let's set it to like 60. And then let's merge on top. So let's do a let's just do a multiply. Multiply that. Create an oil node. The oil node is one of my favorite nodes in Mari. You okay, Becca? You okay? Gesundheit.
You sneezed.
Oh. Actually, you scared me when you did that.
Like that.
Oh, didn't realise you had my phone.
Let's try to run.
So we can try exporting this and just seeing how it looks. It's obviously not going to look good because it's just block colours. But let me just archive it before we do anything. Archive. 1.3 gig already. Overwrite. Right, so export flattened, export all channels flattened. So I can't do TIFFs, so I guess PNG is, I don't want to do EXRs for every single thing, although maybe it may as well. Yeah, let's just do EXR. Screw it. Yeah, let's just use the standard. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Export all that again. Export flattened. Export all channels flattened. So I can't do EXR, so I guess PNG is the best one. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. You enjoy your shower?
Yeah.
Good. So that's that done. I've already archived it, so I can close this. Let's kill that.
I forgot to have your earphones on my desk, and I was like, what is that? And I was like, oh.
Where?
Earpod. An earpoo.
Earpood.
Earpoo? An ear. Ooh.
An ear.
More?
Right, so why did I open RenderMan? Model.
I've got a sneeze.
Do it then. Where's the sneeze?
I've been sneezing all day.
You can
I feel
do
like
it.
I can't.
You can do it.
Ooh.
I believe in you.
No.
I don't wanna.
I don't wanna.
Right, so. You okay?
I'm gonna go on a Zoom, but like I'm not gonna really talk because I can't say anything.
That's fine, yeah.
Though I've already said I'm like I'm a drawing rat. Actually, I'm gonna dry my hair before I join this meeting. I look good.
You always look good.
Forgive viewers.
25
Right,
textures.
so-
25 seems a bit much. It's just the amount of textures it's found. 25 feels like it's too many.
25 textures all in one.
It's become like a stock market broker for Steam guns. You know you want to. Wait, do those names have spaces in them? I will upset if they do. Why did they have spaces? Oh, why did they have spaces? Okay, well I hope it can read them. I detected it, that's cool. Might need to linearize it, we'll see. Okay, let's save this as a new version. Nice sound design, thanks. I think all they could hear is your hairdryer.
I apologise, but I need to look fabulous.
Right, let's see if we need to linearize the colours. I'm still not convinced the displacement is looking the way it should.
You're not looking.
Really? Let me try clicking linearize. Preview render that again. I don't think that's the colours I chose, so I think the linear, not linearizing it is what we need to do.
Did you know that Zoom is a piece of shit?
Yes, I did actually.
I rang Cassie on Sunday, and for some reason her number doesn't want to save to my phone. Every time I try to replace her number or even name it, it just doesn't bite me. Ish. Why is there no audio on any? Have I got? Hang on. Wait. Join audio. She's working. Mike's streaming, so I can't really talk that much. Well, I can't even turn the camera on because it's not allowed to show his computer. But
You can show the computer.
is it? Hang on. Let me. What did I do? No, I didn't want to do that. Did I hit something? I'm like, well, freeze it. I don't know how to rotate my camera. I'm like my mum. He's doing the lips that are rendering right now. Beautiful.
Quite a bit of texturing is needed.
Zesty. I like your background, Jacob. Snacker. No. I'm bored. You're a terrible host. There is. I swear to God, there is. There's like round. Have you not seen that people like can crash different Zoom meetings now? Is Cassie called ass?
Let's try
Fabulous.
adding some bump.
Mike's having like a very serious conversation with himself. And I'm just here for the shits and giggles. Maybe he is in your zone and let him know it's rude. What please? The lights.
Pixel forward noise.
Are you working, Robert?
Pixel
Working at the moment?
bump.
Yeah. Dude. What is it? Oh, on the canvas. I did that last week and it was very eventful. It just resulted in a lot of people drawing over each other's drawings. And then a few supervisors. I had to scroll. Heavy-ish. It looks redder in the light.
Beautiful. So that.
Is there a chat? Oh, there is. Do you want to say a really funny meme? Oh, I can't send a meme. Hi. I'm on my phone. Where? Oh, I see it. I'm just blind. Oh. What? Share content? For fuck's sake. I've nearly shared my screen. That's not the meme. This is the meme. Why did I send it? But my favorite thing was I sent it into our work chat and was like, oh, good morning, guys. The lead chat was like, happy Thursday, guys. Here's a good meme for your day. And let me move. I don't know why. I'm on my phone and I was trying to wiggle the mouse to make it work on the phone. It's not how that works, like.
Why is that not working?
Are they pipes? I I didn't know. I thought that they were tiny golf clubs. Jack, I sent it and was like, this is how I felt in my first week, because everyone's normal size, or that one person at the table. I was like, oh, there's me.
My refinement settings have gone.
My favourite comment so far, Mike, is that an Illuminati triangle? Oh no, it's a birthday hat.
What? Why is this broken?
Prana's alive. You might actually be listening to the stream.
It's possible.
It is
Unlikely, but possible.
Unlikely, but yeah. Prana's alive.
My camera has lost its render mode settings.
Ooh, tell us your dates. Oh, cool. Why are you broken?
Why is it done?
It's just ass. I will watch you play Dictionary because I'm doing things. Whoa. Oh. Ooh. How do I end this? Stop share.
I feel like we've lost sharpness in the displacement map. That might be part of the issue.
Let me lick the food. Let me lick the food off your face, please.
For now.
I don't know if this is right. Like more pink. You should have it. Getting the shading in there. I can't get my Are you drawing? It's not whose turn is it? Cassie, you're not drawing. Unless you're drawing white. We're supposed to start playing a Pictionary, Mike, and Cassie thinks completely shit itself.
Wait, what's there?
It's just we had Pictionary and Cassie just disappeared.
Oh, really?
It's supposed to be big. My turn. Balls up. Serious. Cough, cough. A fox? Oh, is it Basil Brush?
That's a question.
Mr. Thomas? The squirrel?
Squirrel.
Pikachu? It's a raccoon. A Pikachu. He's a fancy Pikachu. He's a detective Pikachu. What was it? I said a raccoon. Do you know what Cassie's was? A raccoon that's fancy.
A raccoon that's fancy. Lord.
There were flaws originally when Cassie drew the hedgehog. Smiley face. An old person. A tooth. A tooth mark. Captain Tooth. The Crimson Chin. Naked Grandma.
What?
Oh, Ursula. Ah, I said Ursula. I like it that Cassie, I thought it was going to be the original character designs for Cassie's mom at the beginning, but it should do the thing. You don't see the original character, the original character's design. Yeah.
Yes, that'll do for the micro bump. I need to make a map to multiply off the lips, but that's not too big of a deal. That'll help get a bit of a nicer roughness. I see though we're missing the tertiary forms pretty heavily right now.
You're like ASMR voice.
Because I don't want to be shouting over you guys, so. What?
I'm shouting over you.
What?
I'm shouting over you. It's okay, guys. Apologize. Tell everyone we only live in a one-bedroom.
They can hear you.
We live in a one-bedroom area.
A one-bedroom area. There are no other houses in this area with more than one bedroom.
Jack, I don't trust you. It's cooking mama. A naked chef.
I'm gonna try loading the sculpting. Because I'm curious as to if this is actually working properly. You alright, Becca?
I think we've given up on the point system. You're done, right? No yawn.
No yawning for you. Right.
It's a worm. Fire. It's grass. Grass.
Let's see if there's any difference between these. In theory, there should be no difference between these
It's
two.
a rock. Right.
It's a lot brighter.
Rock concert.
Why is it brighter?
It's a rock and a match. A rock. Rock concert. Rock fire. Rock sparkler. Rock on fire. Rock concert. Rock table. Something. Was a rock cheerleader. I love what these look. Oh god. Yeah.
Let's check this. So it is connected. Weird. Let's try again. Why is it super bright? That makes no sense. Alright, let's let the render finish and see what it's doing. Looks like it's the same.
Oh my god.
Okay, so it's not an issue with the sculpt. It's not an issue with the displacement, it's an issue with the sculpt itself. Which means my sculpt sucks. So I'm going to have to put a bit more effort into that. something else I'm going to do, just because my camera's lost all of its
Where is it?
information,
Where is
is
it?
import my cam setup.
Devil princess? An evil princess?
Let's delete these two. Does
Bitch.
this one have...
Why is she
Where's my
not-
renderman settings?
I am bones.
Why is it not here? Alright, I'm going to reopen Maya.
Yup.
Windows.
Cassie's toots. I was actually speaking about the house today. Robert, I work with Luke. Luke, remember the Thomas team? No. Oh god. Oh god. He's been like my support network. He's been my support network this entire time. Network? I don't know. People. Hmm? It's fun. I enjoy it.
There they are.
I'm actually doing some
They're back this
non-
time.
work. It's like additional stuff.
Cool. So let's try rendering now.
Pardon? What'd you say, Jack? Yeah.
Oh, it's time to display something.
Yes, she's coming over. I don't know when. Because obviously, we're making a moment. I'm so glad. It will be like a familiar face and accent. Because nobody understands anyone or me.
I understand you.
Huh?
I understand you.
Yeah, she got the.
Just move it on.
I can't hear you.
Alright.
I can't take my earpods out. Your earpods out, sorry. Yeah, she got a job. She got a job. I didn't know if she had told anyone yet, so I won't say anything. Oh, his gremlin. It's not really a gremlin. It reminds me of, you know, the she gremlin.
Hmm?
The,
Oh, yeah.
I think whenever he gets like all bad and sassy, that's what I get reminded of. Like,
I'm glad you keep drawing that comparison.
so am I. You bitch. Oh yeah, no. I'm boss. God. I don't know why whenever you said this person could walk, I was like, what does it have to do with an animation degree? Don't say to walk cycle. Needs redder lips.
Hmm?
Needs redder lips.
Oh, it needs a lot of stuff.
Spider. Coronavirus. A termite? Bug. Oh my god, it is. Strong Shrek. Shrek doing splits. Teletubby.
Want some Easter egg?
Were you? What is this? Help me.
What?
Shrek is a wrestler.
intrigue. What's the fiction are you trying to say?
It's Shrek is the wrestler.
Hmm.
Yes. Shreks. Go. I kinda like this. I kinda like get my parents and stuff with like games. And like suggest Zoom. When my mom can't look at the camera. My mom's like this whenever you answer, so you can not see me. My mom's like, what's going on? What's going on? Where are you? Where are you? And then yeah, my nanny's like, what's going on? I didn't know I had that many chins until then. Like an earthworm.
I love your earthworm impression.
For some reason Zoom keeps cancelling out, so it's weird. Sometimes people can get Zoom to work anymore on their phones, so we're starting using like just hangouts. And there's times where we'll ring and then it just times out. Like after 20 minutes it goes me and just stops. But people will be like, oh I have a, and then it'll just stop and everyone's like, damn it. In the middle, so this girl was like, oh I have a really funny story, and she got like to the punchline and it just cut out. We're like, no. Oh, it was so bad. It was fine, she got over it. She told the rest of the story in the chat after. Like, thank God. I needed to know. What? I don't know.
Yeah, let's get back into Mario.
Gersh down it. Sorry. Whoops, I didn't know that. Oh, I can't see. Where is it? It's a goat, an elf goat, a Christmas goat. Is it a llama with a hat? It's a goat with a hat. It's a wizard. It's a wizard goat. You're a wizard goat. Goat eating a magic mushroom. It's a night goat. It's a warrior goat. It's Merlin. Oh my god. God. Apparently not.
Yeah, I'm back in Mario now, yeah.
Yes. Oh. Go. It's a line. Yes. Is it a Minecraft Dracula? Is it Dracula on a beach? Is it Dracula in a Montini?
These questions that you're asking.
I can't believe that I got. No. We don't give belly buttons to any of our characters. The looks I keep getting from Mike are like, what is going on?
Sheer confusion.
Also, you can hear stream will forever cement this historical moment because they won't record, it'll just be recorded me laughing.
It'll be on my YouTube.
Dracula on a bikini? What?
Dracula on a bikini.
Troll.
Wrestling Shrek is my favourite one so far.
Wrestling Shrek. Oh god. I also have to keep saving my laptop. I'm gonna buy a new laptop, guys. Because one of the PC specialist ones. They're actually, for the specs it's given me, it's actually really cheap. I was very surprised. Dang, I need one. This one is dying a death. Cassie, like judging by the restaurant, this could be a squirrel. A squirrel.
Squirrel.
Squirrel. It's a badger. Cassie, now is not the time to get artistic. An eye? An eyeglass? A third eye? It's Wolverine. Cassie, at one, how could you single-handedly draw Mario looking like Cassie and Mario combined? I love the little, oh my god. I love him. Has anyone seen the guy with the mustache looks like your mom, Gavin and Stacey, who goes to marry Nessa? So you can drink it. He lets you have a sip of his beer, but only a little sip. I think you love it. Why is his neck so long?
Long Lady McDowell.
What did you say?
The
Leo?
long necked like
Cookie? Fucking.
Kooky. I did not go by the name.
Let's go. I'm gonna draw myself. Wait, where's the pencil? There. Yahoo! Wait, I have a mushroom. There. Here's my hair. There. I don't know how to scream. No! What did I undo? I'm stuck. Oh. Lower. Oh, look at us. I don't know, Cassie, I've single-handedly made you look like a bee at the same time. There. Didn't mean to. Oh, I did. I think my favourite one is the little tiny bunny that's in the corner. And he's just like, he's in this, hang on, he's in the safe zone. So, no! No! He's alright. No! No!
You alright? He needs some milk.
He boots. There. He works for his money. Hey. I'm not doing the bunny with the butt. It doesn't show. Oh my god. No, I haven't been. No. Oh, I want to be faster. I'm gonna draw a sexy squirrel.
Just as a test, let's see if this works.
Sorry.
It does.
Gotta go fast. No, a Christian Sonic. Hang on. I'm getting approved.
Mostly for poly painting, Mario or ZBrush, because my ZBrush method
Let me
isn't
get
the
the-
best choice for poly
Let me get the
painting.
director's seal up right now.
I think you're confusing some terms. Like, poly painting is something that Mari doesn't do.
When do we ask the director?
Mari only does UV. It can do Ptex, I guess, but they're not the same thing. If you're
Robert,
talking pipeline, then without a doubt,
This is my prized possession.
you should be using. Without a doubt, you should be using Mari over ZBrush if it was pipeline, just because it's a lot more robust.
I liked it. I just broke it. Ooh.
Did you drop the Sonic poster, Becca?
Please.
Her laugh is adorable.
Mike!
I saw.
It worked tomorrow. Oh wait, I could do this other card as well. I don't know. It's just further down the poster. Alright. Perfect. Good chat. It's also a good weapon if you want to beat someone up. I mean, we're on the 8th floor, so like Spider-Man's the only fucker who can get in this place. Where's Ryan? Why is he not joining us? What? Oh.
Rude.
Ryan! Get your fucking arse down here. Is the internet died? Oh my goodness. I feel like it's like a prep. I've got Mike's earpods in. Oh no.
Keep on AirPods, but AirPods.
So I can hear you over the sound of my consciousness.
AirPods, not earpods.
I got earpods in.
No, AirPods. Stop saying earpods. Earpods are for peasants.
Why is my name Pika? Pikachu!
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot we're on canvas. Let me keep leaving it. Where is it? There it is. It's empty. Oh, you mean. I like this SpongeBob.
For hand painting textures, you're still going to want Mari in a pipeline. The point I made kind of still stands. Is Mari is the standard. You can use ZBrush and you can get great results of it. Just look at the work of Chris Costa. But yeah, Mari is what you use in pipeline.
Whoever's drawn the first Mr. Eggman, you deserve to die.
I personally prefer Mari over ZBrush.
He looks like a sort of egghead who touches children.
What are you talking about, Becca?
Cassie drew an egg, but it looks like, you know, like the Humpty Dumpty fell on a wall. It looks like that. He looks a bit pedo-ish.
That's, I guess, the worst kind of pedo-ish is not 100% set on being a pedo.
Excuse me. Oh, I know. I'm gonna send this to different people and see their reaction. Oops, I didn't mean to send it to Sean, but I did.
Sean will love it, I'm sure.
He probably will. Well, he's sending him memes all day. It's mildly. Oh, Cassie, I showed a friend of ours, he's American, I showed him the Control It video. And, yeah, you know the, say, Darnell? I showed him it and he's like, what the... He was like...
So is Mari a hybrid of Substance Painter and ZBrush? No, Mari is the kind of original tool for this sort of stuff. It's not comparable, really, to be honest, to the other two. It's just a super powerful tool dedicated to texture painting.
screen is glorious. Yes. If people are free tomorrow, because they're open, even if it's indoor. No. Enjoy your night. Bye. Bye-bye.
Can you do sculpting in Mari? No, it's a dedicated texture painting tool. It's the industry standard though. Substance Painter is great, but like they're different tools. They have different jobs really. For a beginner they have the same job, but on an industry level they have a different job. Substance Painter is really good at making masks and very quickly getting materials. Mari is just a more powerful texture tool. I'm going to resize this channel to 16-bit. Maybe we can get rid of it, who knows. Oh yeah, 100%. If you want to do any texturing, you want to look into Mari. It's not necessarily better for most projects that aren't like huge scale. Substance tends to be better. If you're using UDIMs, Mari is still the winner. Substance Painter is probably the one that's best to learn first, but if you want to get a job in texturing, you have to learn Mari. There's no choices really. You just have to know how to do it. Okay, so let's get skin darkening. I love this brush.
And it loves you.
No, seriously, look how nice this brush is. It's like instant, like, skin-like detailing.
That's good.
It's super nice for breakup. Adding like a dirt layer. I really need to rename this layer to dirt. I also need to speak to some professional texture artists and be like, yo, how the hell do you do this? This is really hard. This is really, really hard.
This is so hard.
It is. The problem is like, I don't understand what makes some areas red, what makes some areas blue, what makes some areas yellow. I know yellow is something to do with fatty layers, but I don't understand it well enough to like texture a character like this where there's no like perfect reference, because obviously I can't find anyone with blue skin. There's that one guy who like had silver poisoning or something and has blue skin, but like
Avatar. Duh.
no.
Yeah. You're wrong. There's definitely people with blue skin.
Yeah, but I'm totally gonna make something more realistic than Avatar, right?
They're dead.
Yeah.
They're delicious and they're
They're delicious. What are we talking about again? That's the red layer. So, Oscar, going through like these questions, you seem to know quite a lot about photography. Have you got a history in photography? It's like most people who are starting off in CG don't tend to know about color spaces and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just curious as to like what your background is on that. You seem to be very knowledgeable on it. It's really cool. It's an area I kind of want to get back up to scratch in because I've not really done photography, but I tried to learn the basics. It's not something I'm particularly good at, but yeah, I do. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I had to do some basic photography for my university, but it's not like photography in like portrait or landscape or anything like that. More just learning how camera lenses work. But that's kind of where my education on that ended. So I know what lenses will get me what kind of look, but beyond that, I don't know much about photography. Oh, that's skin blue. Right, skin red. I actually studied communication design with a focus on photography. Started taking pictures in America during my exchange year. No photography book was secure from me. I had to read it. There was no way I could let it go. Oh, that's cool, man. And are you really enjoying photography? It sounds like you are. Street photography at some point wanted to get good at pulling the trigger. It's getting strangers pick up more ones. Good nice. Yeah, that's fair enough, man. That's fine. As I said, I'm pretty noobish when it comes to cameras, but I've always really liked 80mm lenses. That's my thing. Alright, cool. I'll search up right now, actually. I feel like I recognise one or two of her pictures. These are really beautiful. I really like this photo. It's really cool. That's kind of cool as well, having her in the mirror. Thanks for the recommendation, that's really cool. The story on website, very interesting. Ever find yourself on your couch, watch a documentary about her, super interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Her work seems really cool. I'm guessing like all of her work was what, 50s, 60s? Looking at, I mean, obviously black and white kind of gives some of that away, but I feel like I should add some really extreme darkening on the these little iPod things that I did. Just add a small hint of. There, we can just do a line for it. Let's see, Razor. Let's go back into paint. Slowly starting to look like skin. Very slowly, mind. But
I thought that the orange line at the middle was a stylistic choice. It was like, that's an orange line.
no,
Like
it's
perfectly orange line.
they've only now, consider that Mari is like 15 years old or whatever. They've only now got symmetry. Before that, they had screen symmetry, so they could paint symmetrical patterns,
Yeah.
and that's been there for a while. But object symmetry is like brand new. Yeah. Excuse me. Right, so let's turn off mirroring. Then in the darkening.
Might need to bring this into your computer next because I actually can't render past it.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I won't be streaming tomorrow, so you can use my computer tomorrow.
Use it for lightning. Because I think skin is the last thing that needs done on this, which is just a clay sheeter. Like I can't load texture maps to see them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So, still working on that.
Need a different brush. Where is oily drip? Oh, it's not oily drip. Which one is it? Felt? Brad's brushes. Is it an organic? Sponge maybe? That is hippo skin is the name of this one.
No.
Doesn't look like hippo skin.
No.
Storm cloud, that's what I need. Just paint that out. Need to lower the opacity. I need to catch up on the messages.
Oops, I forgot to reply.
Yeah, this Oscar guy knows really like a huge amount about knows a huge amount about photography.
Right.
Yeah, so there was only one good professor for photography, and he's quite. Yeah, I can imagine it's quite difficult to kind of deal with, people being super upset while you're doing that sort of stuff. It's a good mix with 3D though. You get a lot out of mixing those two disciplines. So he does a lot of photography, and by the sounds of things, he had like disagreements with one of his professors because, like, the exact quote is, but yeah, so I had only one good professor for photography, and he's quite, I can't read that word, CHOLERIC. Lyric? Had my troubles at some point because I couldn't become loose with strangers, homeless people telling their stories, crying in front of you. At some point, you start to feel like a tourist in other people's misery.
That's very true.
Yeah, so I can imagine that's really, really hard. You'll be able to pull it off, man. It takes a really long time to learn CG. I've been doing this now for 8 years, and granted, people can learn it a lot quicker than I have. You just have to have a really strong kind of willpower to learn things the correct way, like really spend time and get stuff right. Because the problem I've got or had, this live streaming is to kind of help with that. Is I never used to really finish projects, and still don't most of the time. So that's kind of prevented me from learning a lot of detail. It's like right now, like texturing, because I haven't done that much of it on my personal projects. I'm a lot further behind than I should be. But that's kind of part of learning CG. Yeah, it's part of the learning experience. One key thing is just to make sure you don't get down on yourself if you do struggle. That's completely normal. Like as you're saying, like I've been a professional now for 3 years. Granted, I've been a professional in grooming specifically, but still a CG professional. I'm learning new stuff every day, and as you can see, I can still have lots of struggles and that sort of stuff. It's just part of the process.
What do you study? Or what does he study?
Photography, by the sounds of things. I don't know if he's still on it or if that's something he was doing. Let's just sort that out. One quick thing actually, if you're using photogrammetry to get things to look photoreal, that will do quite a bit for you, and HDRs can also do a fair bit. But you'll want to look into the ACES color space. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier, but it's really hard to get stuff to look photorealistic when rendering in sRGB, or rendering to sRGB, not in sRGB. It's something that I've never personally got working on my own machine, but that's because I've never really tried. I've literally just Googled it and then not bothered. So if you want to get photorealism, definitely look into using ACES color space. It will help a lot. I'm going to try that again now. So let's go to channels, export, export flattened. Any water, Becca?
Okay.
Is that enough?
No.
That's looking cool. Still 8 people watching.
Really?
Yeah. Right. Let's put a bit of dirt under the mouth, shall we?
Hmm?
What's that?
I don't know what's going on.
Why is it not painting on here? There we go. So let's save the scene. File, close. And we need to archive it. 2.5 gig. Right. Mario files get so big so quickly. Let's do a render of that before ending the stream. that's the one, should be diffuse colour. This one should be spec edge colour. Hey man, I'm good. The stream's about to end. I know you just joined. I'm literally just about to basically just kick off a render with some new maps.
Who is it?
Use your illusions. We're texturing at the moment, so I've started in Mari. I've already closed it, but that should be working now in theory. It looks awful at the moment. There's still a hell of a lot to be done in terms of detailing the model and getting the shader to work.
Coughs as well.
Cough. I don't know if this is a new texture or not. It feels flatter. It's there, but it needs to be way darker. Contrast is so hard to get right. I'm also still not 100% sure if this needs to be linearized or not. Maybe it does have to be linearized. Oh, linearized doesn't work in the render view.
Gotta get into bed, okay?
Sure.
You wanna sleep outside tonight?
Pardon?
Outside, do you wanna sleep on?
Oh, I'd like to sleep on the outside tonight.
Sure. Would you mind I just...
Yeah, I'll sort that out, don't worry.
Boo-boo. What's this?
Oh, I've done linearizing the spec. Ugh. Although I still don't know if that needs to be linearized, to be honest. That would make it darker, so I'm gonna guess no. That's too dark. But it's also kind of better. So that one feels too bright, and this one feels too dark, so I don't know which one is what I painted. Well, this one has the contrast that I see in Mari, so maybe this is the correct one. I seem to brighten the face way up. And the body. Although the body's going to get covered in fur anyway. I think this is the correct one. So I'm going to kick off a render. That would be my this one will be, what's the word? Progress render. I'll be using XGen to groom this guy. Although I don't know if I'll be starting groom soon or not. I might spend a day or two more on textures. Although now this is linearized, it's actually looking alright. It's not perfect. Hey Becca.
Oh, that's cool.
Like it's there.
It's a bit too greasy, I think.
Yeah, it's too greasy, 100%. Although I'm wondering how much of that is down to I don't have the skin details there yet.
That is also true.
And obviously if you've got like shiny Spec, skin details might break that up. It's too dark though. Way too dark. I'm going to reach out to some professional texture artists and be like, yo, help. Yeah, I could do. There's a few people I know who I could speak to, and Andy would be a good one. Oh, it's Frankino.
Hey!
Hey, Frankino.
There's no groom here.
Yep, no groom here.
Just disappointment.
It's just disappointment. Damn it. I need to reduce the I just realised I need to change the light settings. So obviously I need to reduce the greasiness, but I also need to reduce the creasing around the eyes. The eyes are a lot more relaxed in the actual sculpt. Not in the sculpt, in the concept. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, turning the lights. So just to make sure, advanced. I don't want thin shadow. I want trace lights. And same for you. Trace light paths. Save. Hey man, how's it going? You have joined like literally as I'm ending the stream. I'm just gonna let one frame render and then kind of calling it that. As you can see, we've blocked some textures, but they're way too bright, way too dark. Sorry. Here's the reference. So they are way too dark, way too dull. Part of that could be lighting, but it's going to be mostly texturing. So be brightening that up. Well, I think Saturday is going to be the next day of stream. Tomorrow I'm going to have a day off. But yes, I need to brighten that way up. Need to add some skin detailing. Need to relax the eyes as well. You're not doing any grooming during quarantine? See, I'm trying to push through the whole pipeline at the moment, because I want to get back up to scratch with a bit of everything, and it's been a while, so. Thanks, man. I've still got quite a lot of notes I need to work through, but yeah, we'll see how far I can get with it. I also need to add the caruncles into the textures. So if you texture cloth sims from Marvelous, you still need to get all the stitches and wrinkles and yarn detail. Should I do that texture base or should I do it in ZBrush? It kind of depends. I'd recommend things like wrinkles you do in Sculpt ideally, but you would want to do a fair bit of work in textures as well. Like the yarn details, definitely do that in textures. Doing that in what's the word? Doing that in ZBrush would be a bit intense. You can do it. ZBrush can do a lot of stuff, but it'd be very difficult. It's loading your thing now, Frankino. Oh, nice.
Is it already working on?
Yeah, it's the sculptor's doing. I love the coattails on the cape. It's really cool, man. I like it a lot. Very clean shapes. What about stitching? Stitching, I personally prefer to do in ZBrush. Oh no, sorry, not ZBrush. I like to do stitching in things like Mari, just because there's literally a stitch brush built into Mari, so you can just kind of draw lines where you want stitches to be. But that said, you can probably get some really nice alphas online. But it's kind of up to you, to be honest. I know that like you're new to it, but I can't tell you which way is best because there's so many different ways to do it. So I'm kind of hesitant to say, oh, do this, it'll be way better, because like I can't legitimately say that and not be misleading you in some way by some people's opinions. Yeah, so this needs to be way brighter, we know that much. I think the dark area is about the right colour, maybe a little bit more desaturated. But this bright area needs to be about a little bit higher value. I still need to work on these scratches here. Dirt on the chin is needed to get this sort of effect. Lips are lost cause at the moment, we'll get to those at a different point. I also need to address the model because the nostrils aren't in the right place, the eyelids are way too defined. I need to smooth this completely out. Mainly the bottom lid. I think the top lid I might keep to some extent, but the bottom lid I'm going to have to reduce that because it's way too intense. This is way too much as well. But you know, I mean, today is the first day where we got displacement kind of for the primary forms working and texturing, so I'm pretty happy with a couple hours result, as well as dealing with the crashes. But I look forward to starting grooming this guy because that's when it will start to come together, because grooming is kind of the area that I excel at, really. I mean, granted, I should do, I've been doing it professionally for a couple of years, but hopefully when I start on the grooming it will all come together.
Alright.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, if I wasn't good, that'd be more concerning. Like, if I've done it professionally for almost 3 years and I was still like crap, then I'd be genuinely scared for my my ability as an artist. I think the textures are working okay though. It's just the brightening of them. The eyes are working alright. I need to darken the tops of them to match the concept. Now let's close that. Right, so I'm going to end the stream here, guys. I'm just going to save. Just going to save a. Oh, what's the word? I'm tired. Progression image is what I was looking for. I'm trying to like do a progression image at the end of every stream. I've missed one stream so far, but I'm pretty sure it's just a sculpting stream, so I didn't really miss. Becca, punch him. Frankina says punch me.
You're too far away, I'm in bed.
She's in bed and I'm on like the other side of the room, so.
I'll punch him when he gets in.
Yeah, she'll punch me later, don't worry.
I know what he's gonna joke, he's gonna make some fortune.
Oh yeah, Frankina will say something about that, I guarantee it.
For a dab.
I kind of want to add some kind of, like, it's going to be covered by fur, but I kind of want to add some kind of like liver spots here. Like skin discolorations and that sort of stuff.
I feel like on the face maybe more than the shoulders, but yeah, if you're gonna do like a thin colour fur, it'd be cool.
Let me check what it looks like without the hair sculpt. This is gonna be horrible.
What did the comment move? What did he say?
See you, Michael and Becca. Keep doing this one. Yeah, sure, we'll do. Enjoy the rest of your night, man, or sleep, or whatever it is you're doing.
Bye.
And yeah, I'll be doing this again on Saturday if you want to come by, around 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, something like that. But yeah, enjoy your night, man. And then once this render's done, I'll actually end the stream because we just hit 5 hours. Wow. I got a message from a guy in the textile industry.
Textile industry?
Yeah. Looks my cloth shading stuff is still doing its rounds. So occasionally people find me through it still.
Textile industry is interesting.
Yeah. Well, CG renderings of cloth products.
Yeah, true.
I'm getting, like, without the rest of the head, I'm getting an Oddworld vibe. Remember Oddworld?
Yeah.
I kind of love it.
He's really cool though.
I might render without hair for a while just so I can kind of get the skin working.
Have you got any any spin? You got any skin displacement on it yet? Like, you know what I mean? Like.
No, I've got the sculpt, and I've got like a generic noise.
Start working maybe something with skin.
Well, that's the thing I
Leather.
wanted to. That was what I was planning on doing today. But the images I have are bigger than 23K, and I can't open them in Critter to scale them down. So I'm kind of stuck. I need to find a software that can open them and save them back out.
Photoshop?
I don't have it installed.
I might have it on.
It's actually working a lot better without the hair. I'm beginning to wonder that because the hair is a block colour, it's going to really throw my eyes off, seeing what's good and what's not.
How have you done the ears? Because the ears might need some kind of, I know they've got fur on them, but they might need some, you know, like if you're going to do some kind of patching, they'll probably need some sort of.
They'll need some work, yeah.
Like some surface maybe?
Yeah, probably.
You know, on the.
The render for this guy is going to be absolutely horrifically heavy. Like, it's going to be so heavy, the render for this guy.
I like the lips. It's a she.
She. I need to also add this to the textures, but that's easy enough to do. I just need to UV them, throw them into Mari.
I feel like you need to get up like a reference of like a monkey or something, or a sphinx cat, you know, for like the face, just to see like where, for example, around the eyes and stuff, like where the red values and all are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, currently I've got the red kind of on the cheekbone, lips, and then it's kind of scattered around. I think this dark layer is working well. And the fine skin detail that I've got is not really fine skin detail, it's just a noise. Turbulent noise does a really good job in RenderMan of doing like a skin tileable. And it's infinitely high res compared to maps. So even with 6 UDIMs, this guy would be blurry at that scale. It really does give me like Oddworld vibes. I'm gonna let this render finish, save it, and then. And there's 8 people still watching. Guys, the stream is over.
We don't really have that almost background noise or background visual.
Yeah, true.
Like Joe does.
I think this eye is working rather well. I just need to soften the eyelid. I might take it into Critter and paint over it. And see how it looks. See how I can get it to look. I need to work a lot more on the sculpt as well. Yeah, I need to definitely break up this area. Once I add some skin displacement, so kind of like the finer wrinkles and stuff, that will naturally break this up as well. So I'm kind of hesitant to refine the glossiness of everything until I've actually got the skin in place. That's why I've got this noise in there for now, is that helps break it up. Alright, cool. I'm going to turn off the stream now, guys. Good night.